Well, good morning. It is Saturday, June 14th. My name is Angela Holden, coming to you from, there we go, coming to you from St. Paul, Minnesota. Front-end developer and software engineer for about 12 years now. Excuse me. How's everybody doing? I'm running a couple of minutes late today. I seem to be consistently about 5 to 10 minutes late. You know, it is what it is. I don't worry so much about it. How's everybody doing? We are having a cool, rainy Saturday here in St. Paul, Minnesota. Oh, my glasses are getting a little steamy. All right, we'll take these off for a minute. I'm really excited for what we have planned now for the month of June. We started working last weekend on my personal website, which is just about done. Oh, and of course I did not pull up my files, so let me pull up our Heroku dev site. I had the same website for 12 years, which is how long I've been doing this. And in the early days of my career while I was freelancing, that site, my original site, got me a lot of business. I had clients telling me, like, this matches my aesthetic. I get what you do. I want this for my site. So that site did me well for many, many years. Then in 2018, I got my job at the University of St. Thomas. I really didn't need a personal website anymore, and I just let it sort of sit and linger and languish, really. And I tried a half a dozen times to redesign that site, but I didn't have a clear purpose because I didn't need a personal website. I had a job, I had a salary, I was getting a paycheck. Now I'm on my own again, and I'm on YouTube. I'm a content creator now, and I really need a place. I really need something online that represents me, my aesthetic, what I'm capable of. I need a place to show off my projects, these great projects that we work on the live streams, all the writing that I'm doing now. Every video that I record, I write a script. I want those scripts to always also serve as content. So I need a place to publish, and this is what we came up with. I started working on this at the end of December in the stream where we did a style guide and we did the project planning and we just did the whole planning 9 yards, and all of this came out of those streams. Then I went away quietly for several months and just worked on it on my own. I haven't worked on it again now. So for, about in December, so January, February, March. So for about 3 months, I just went off on my own and worked on it. And it's about 3/4 done. We did all the project planning last weekend. And from now until June 30th, we're going to finish this site. And whatever we have on June 30th, that is what goes live on July 1st. Period, full stop. So I'm very excited about this. So Go Elmo Go is here. So happy to have you. Hello, Angela. I am doing good. I have 2 weeks left in these classes and I'm just trying to push through. How have you been? I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking, and I'm so happy to have you here. You've been a regular for these last couple of months, and I definitely appreciate seeing you. I love your faces. I love all of your faces. Yeah, I'm doing well. I think the highest compliment that somebody can have is that a former employer asks you to come back and do some work, depending on how you look at it, right? I left my job at the University of St. Thomas. My last day was March 6th, and they asked me if I would come back for 7 weeks till the end of their fiscal year on June 30th and do some freelancing work. So that's what I'm working on right now. I have been able to get out a couple extra videos, and I have more things written. I have more things ready to go. But I have 2 weeks left on this contract. So I'm like pushing through these next 2 weeks, plus getting this site done, plus doing the streams on the weekends. So we're definitely busy, but in the best possible way. So give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. Okay, I have allergies, so I have to stop and blow my nose a lot, which is why I take myself off screen and I mute myself to do that, because I used to just do that on camera and I would watch it. I would see myself if I was watching a video back and I would be like, "Oh, why are you doing that on camera? Take yourself off. It's okay." So that's why I do that. It's because I have kind of this chronic runny nose. So, okay, let's look at our project board. I also figured out how to put dates on this. This was important to me that we had dates because we looked at the calendar last weekend and we talked about the timing for getting some of these tasks done. So today, this is our list of things to get done. We're going to update the mobile hero photo. We're going to style the section H2s. We need a space between, so basically everything on the home page, plus we have one update to the navigation, and the footer subscription needs, we need like a sentence or two here about what we're going to do with this information, why we're asking people. It's basically like a call to action to get people to sign up for the newsletter, but we also need an endpoint for MailChimp. So I signed up, oh boy. And they sign you out. Okay, let's see here. You know, here's the thing about passwords and password managers. The friction is good, right? You want friction because that's how you know that things are secure. But sometimes friction also equals pain in the ass. So we are also going to set up a MailChimp. So I don't need the form is the thing. I don't need the form. I just need the endpoint. So we're gonna do this together. We're gonna do this together. It has been years since I've set up MailChimp. I've done it for clients. I thought that I have done it for myself, but clearly I hadn't because I only had client accounts when I logged into MailChimp this morning, and I bet it's been a decade since I've logged into MailChimp. I only had client accounts. I had to create a new account for myself. So that's completely fine. I just signed up for the free version of MailChimp, and we're going to just set up an endpoint to get a name and an email address and then write a little blurb. So those are the two changes for the header and the footer. This link says practice layouts. We're actually going to change this to YouTube, and we're going to add an icon. I'm going to add an icon that looks like this right here next to that, so people know that they're navigating away from the site. And Ardian Trees is here. Hello. Happy to have you. Thank you for joining us on this Saturday morning. And hey, if there's anybody right now watching and you're not subscribed, we would love to have you. Please consider hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel if you enjoy front-end content. I stream pretty much every weekend, and I'm creating more content about freelancing, front-end development, tutorials, things like that. We would love to have you. I have a goal to get the channel up to 1,000 subscribers this summer. I think that is totally doable, and I would love your help with that. So, yeah, think about it. Do it. Just do it. Just do it. It doesn't cost anything. Okay, let's actually open up our files. We need our files, don't we? We need our files. And eventually I'm going to have to put my glasses back on. I will not be able to work without my glasses. But they were getting a little steamy. All right. Now I'm also using PHP. Which you can't really use with Live Server. So I use MAMP. That's what I do. I use MAMP, anytime. I really enjoy building static websites and just doing, so I can do PHP includes. Keeps it easy. All right, so there's MAMP. And then MAMP always runs in a folder called htdocs. So we go localhost. And if we just go to localhost, you'll be able to see. Oh, it should show. I thought it was going to show like everything in the. Okay, I thought it would show everything. I think it's because we have this page here. I bet if I deleted this page, it would usually just shows the directory. But anyways, the directory is called portfolio. So here we are locally. And you can kind of see here that I have an include for the head with a variable for titles. We're also going to, we do need to also add, let's keep a list because we're going to have to, as we're working on things today, we're going to have more QA items. So let's make a list of additional QA items so we can do issues. Oh my gosh, and this reminds me. Somebody last weekend did a whole bunch of pull requests on our last project last Saturday, and I completely forgot to merge the pull requests. So I will make sure that I do that today after the stream. I completely forgot. Ivan with an E. Ivan with an E, if you're watching this, I'm so sorry. I literally just remembered as I was doing this. I will do this today, I promise. So let's go ahead and save this. I'm just going to do qa.md, and we're just going to make a list as we work today of additional QA items that we can add as issues and prioritize accordingly. I think with 3 weeks left, let's look at the calendar. I think with 3 weeks left, stop. 1, 2, 3. And I'm also willing to set aside the 30th and the 1st for additional items. With 3 weekends left, we definitely need to think about tasks in terms of what is a showstopper, what absolutely needs to be done, and what is an issue that can be worked on post-launch. Because not everything is going to get done. Not everything should be done. A website is always a work in progress. It's never done. It's always something that you're working on. Always, always. So what did we say our first QA item was? Oh, it was literally that we need a description variable in the head include. Okay. So need description variable in the head include. All right. My glass is clean. All right. So here's our index.php. We can see right away that there is, so this is for the head right here. This is for the header, including the navigation. And then if we go all the way down to the footer, we have an include for the footer. And that just keeps everything so much cleaner and easier. Like right here, you can see here, here's our variable for the title. Here's our header. So we can go ahead, we can go ahead and let's just do this one right now. And then we also have our SVG, which is the open. We're definitely going to need to style that. And the thing with not using live server is that we have to refresh a lot, which is completely fine. You know what? Hang on one second. I have to go. I have to wash my glasses. I can't see anything. All right. Sorry about that. Let's see here. Let's do this. So let's go ahead and style that navigation item. Really? There we go. So let's go ahead and style our navigation item. Pretty sure we can just inline block that. So I tried to make a static website of a fictional restaurant yesterday. I will provide the web link in a moment. Can you give me criticism and suggestions regarding the appearance and content? So when it comes to a critique, I hesitate to critique anybody regarding design and content because I think that is completely subjective, and I don't really consider myself a designer. I consider myself as somebody who has an eye for design. I would be willing to take a look at it, and I would be willing to give you a critique on things like semantic HTML. Is the site accessible? Do you seem to have a grasp on like the hierarchy and how you use headings, things like that? So I guess my very long-winded answer is no, I would be very uncomfortable critiquing your design and your content because I don't think that that's the job of a front-end developer. I think that's the job of a designer or a content creator. If you want help though with HTML or CSS, or if you were trying to achieve something very specific with CSS and you were struggling or wanted to know if maybe if there could be a better approach to the CSS, then yeah, I would be happy to look at that. But I'm very uncomfortable critiquing people's designs because I think that's the job of a designer, and I'm not really a designer. So that's kind of how I feel about that. I want to be very careful. And I want to be careful with words like criticism. I don't like criticizing people. I think that's the wrong approach, and it's not how I look at things. It's about giving feedback, making suggestions, helping people find cleaner, more semantic ways of getting things done. And I don't think criticizing people is a way to do that. So let me know what you think about that. All right. Go Elmo Go says, I think that is a good idea. Instead of a critique, it could be a sharing of ideas or give a different perspective of it. Would be a very good series if you ever start it. And I did kind of start doing code reviews, and I stopped doing them. Number one, because they're a lot of work. It's a lot of work to go through and do a code review. In a way that I did, it was more work than I anticipated, and I don't have a good, I'm not going to do a good job explaining why I don't want to do code reviews. I also think that it's something that I need to share for later down the line, maybe when I have a bigger audience. It's just not exactly what I want to do right now, code reviews. So I don't know if I'm going to do I don't know if I'm going to give you a satisfying answer for that. But since you're asking specifically, I would be willing to look at your site. Yeah, if that's something that you want to do in a live stream, we could definitely talk about that offline. And I would be totally willing to do that in a live stream. But just know that I am not going to critique your design or your content. I'm not going to, because those things are completely subjective. I would be looking at your HTML, maybe your CSS. Is the site accessible? Is the site SEO friendly? That's what I would be looking at. So if you want to send me a message on Instagram, that is my handle. That is my handle. Send me a message on Instagram. I'll check Instagram later, and we can go ahead and have an offline conversation about that. All right. So we are looking for, our anchor links are called nav item, and it's inside the class navigation. So let's see if we can find that. So here's navigation, here's the wrap, there's the logo wrap, here's the nav item. I think we can just do SVG, display, inline block. I think our anchor links by default are display inline. We changed it to display block. So I'm also going to change this to display inline block. We'll make the width, we'll say 25 pixels. Whoops, 25 pixels. Height, 25 pixels. And we're going to do vertical align. Oops. Vertical align middle, which is a property that only works with display inline block. Whoop. Did we do this right? It's inside the nav item. Oh, we are not compiling our CSS. That's why. We need to do the Sasquatch. Boy, how many times have I done that? There we go. And our vertical align is a little off. So let's see if we can adjust this. There's bottom, middle. I would say text, maybe text top, text bottom. Baseline. Nope. I think sub. I like sub the best. And I think I'm going to make these a little smaller. Yeah. And then maybe a little margin on the left. About 2 pixels. Yeah, I like it. So this is sub. This is 20. We're going to do margin left 2 pixels. There we go. You're welcome. Yeah, get in touch with me on Instagram. We'll chat about it. Yes, it is. We are using Sass. That is my preferred way to write CSS. Done a few projects just doing vanilla JavaScript. I think that is also fine, but I prefer Sass. And let's move this to, oh, I guess I can't really move it anyplace. So I'm just going to, this is done. And close with comment. All right. So let's update the mobile hero photo design. So right now on mobile, I really like this gold border and the fig caption, and I took that out for mobile. I made it so it just goes all the way to the edge, no margins, no borders, and I don't like that. So we're gonna add that back in, which really just means we're going to reverse engineer the reverse engineering. So let's find that. Boy, that's pretty small. There we go. So that pops into mobile. I mean, this holds up pretty well. Doesn't pop into mobile until 600. 600 pixels as a breakpoint. Oh, and you know what we didn't do? We didn't update the link. Hang on. We did not update the actual link for this. So we actually, I want this to go to this. So now we know that if you click that, exactly what I wanted. Nice. Nice. Okay. Back to the hero image. So Yeah, so this is the style for that breakpoint. This also has styles for this breakpoint. So let's go look at that. That's in the top banner hero image. We don't need this. We don't need this right now. Top banner hero. There's the wrap, there's the heading, here's the image, and then here's the breakpoint. So if we take out the entire breakpoint, just comment it out, what happens? How does it look? So that's getting width 100%. So we would still want this to get width 100%. And then our fig caption is overflowing. And I think it's overflowing because it's position absolute. Which makes me think that there might be a better way to do that. Oh, and the reason is because this image has a different aspect ratio. Oh, it is a square. Intrinsic size 768 by 768, rendered size 584 by 584. So it's already a square. So why do I need to do all this stuff? See, this is why it's so good to go back with a new set of eyes and look at this stuff. My first thought is that I position absoluted this because I needed to control the aspect ratio. So if this was an aspect ratio of 16:9, which is a really common landscape aspect ratio where it's much wider than it is taller, this is a great way of controlling that image without actually needing to crop the image. But this image is already cropped. It says here that the intrinsic size is 768 by 768. It's already 1:1. So let's confirm that. Let's make sure that's true. Here's all of our images. And it's Heidi Schulte Dog Park. This is the image. Yeah, it's already a square. So we don't really need to do that. We don't really need to do that. It's unnecessary. It's aggressive. It's more than we need. So let's redo some. And then because we have this fig caption that comes after the image, the fig caption also needs to be position absolute, because by having this image be position absolute, there isn't anything in the container anymore. There isn't anything in that container anymore. Yeah. So we don't need position relative. I don't even think we need to set the aspect ratio. We've already got an aspect ratio that we like. I don't care about the overflow. There isn't going to be any overflow. We don't need a Z index. I don't think we need this. Whoops. That's not what I wanted. I don't think we need this. Don't think we need this. If we're doing position absolute, I guess, on this, then we would need position relative here, and we would need Z index. I'm going to predict that it looks exactly the same, but I have no idea. I mean, come on. The only thing we need to do here is adjust our fig caption. Not even sure we need this. I think we just need to give this some margin. It's always so good to go back and look at things with fresh eyes. Always such a good idea. Well, and really, we could just go ahead and put the margin here to push that down because it sits immediately beneath it. So margin, bottom, 1 rem. Not what I wanted. Okay. Let's do margin bottom here, or margin top. Yeah, it's still, maybe what we need is some more line height instead. Okay, think about this. Because that border is also being controlled. Let's put the border on the image instead of having it on the figure. Yeah. And let's move this up, and it will be a pseudo class of the image instead. Oh, where did you go? Position relative. Oh, does this also need to be display block? I thought my images already all were display block. Where are you? Yep. What is happening here? I don't see you anywhere on the page. Width, height. Where in the heck is my... Oh, well, no, top banner, hero, image, image, pseudo class. This should not be a problem. Oh, is it maybe because of the overflow? So overflow visible. Adding pseudo classes to images shouldn't be a problem. I don't know why that's a problem. Well, let's think about this for a second. And somebody is asking how much time it took to learn whole front end basics. It took me years. Lots of practice. Thank you, Artie and Trees. Happy to have you. It took me years to learn the basics. It takes many years and lots of practice. And I think it's probably different for everybody, right? So I know I don't need display block because the images are already display block. I'm going to start deleting things that I know that I don't need. I'm also going to add overflow visible to the figure. The image is position relative. It's got a Z index. I don't know, let's try before. This is our media query. You know what? Maybe you can't add... this is driving me crazy. Stop. Okay. Maybe you... Can you not add pseudo classes to images? Can I add CSS pseudo classes like before and after two image elements if I make them display block. Nope. Wow, how did I not know that? Even if you give image element display block, you still can't use before or after on it. How did I not know that? Pseudo elements like before and after only work on elements that contain content. Because that's literally what they're doing, injecting content before or after the element's internal content. But image is a replaced element, meaning its contents are external, like an image file. So there's no place to inject that generated content. If you need a workaround, wrap the image in a div or other container and apply the pseudo elements to the wrapper. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. See, this is why. So this is why you need to practice. This people is why we practice. This is why we practice. Okay, let's go find, here it is. So I am going to put this in a div because I need the image and the fig caption to be separate because I need to have the border associated with the image and not have the positioning of the fig caption impact the size of the border. I need those things to be independent. So that is what we're going to do. So we'll do class. And I do think this is going to be a much cleaner solution. So I'm going to say image container. I mean, it's almost like our image element doesn't even need styles. It has global styles saying display block, max width 100% height auto. Beyond that, I don't even think it needs its own styles. All right, we're getting there. So now let's add margin top, 1 rem. Boom, there we go. But we have a text shadow here, which I'm guessing is on the figure. And we want to get that off of there too. So we want to do, I don't think we need overflow visible because there is no overflow. We probably need overflow visible here. We want the box shadow to be just on that image container. Nice. And the shadow is just on the image. And then we have our pseudo element just on the image container. And then our image has its own global styles, so we don't need any additional styles. It's already the aspect ratio of the image itself. One of the benefits of cropping your images ahead of time. The beauty of CSS, though, is that you can write CSS to account for any image, right? If you have content creators who you know are not going to have the technical expertise to crop and optimize their images, you can do that ahead of time with CSS. Make it easier for them. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so now we do need to give this a little bit of styles, but here's the thing. Our fig caption is no longer position absolute, so it's not falling outside of this container, and that's what I wanted. So this was good. This was good. I'm glad that we discovered this. Okay, so here is our media query. So we do want the width to be 100%. I had changed the aspect ratio for mobile. So let's just change the width I had hidden this. I had hidden that on mobile, and I had taken out the border. So let's just do width 100%. And again, and then let's add a little, well, actually, let's do width 90%. And then let's just do, we'll do margin, 1 rem on the top and bottom, and then auto to center it. That might be all we need. Yeah. I like it. I like it. So this is a very small view, a very small view. But even on the smallest view, to me, this is perfect on mobile when you load this. I love it. I love it. And then we've got some slightly bigger sizes. I love it. All right. We're done with our hero. Update. Hero is restyled for mobile. Overall styles for desktop also have been improved. Let's go back to our parent. Nice. Okay. So our section H2s need a border, and then we also need to style the section H2s for a dark background. So we're going to do both at once. And then let's just go ahead and delete some of the things we know we don't need. Look how much simpler this is. Love it. Love, love, love it. Love it. So I would really like, I was kind of, so sort of like I have this little dashed line. Let me make this a little bigger. Sort of like I have this dashed line. These are H3s. I was thinking we could do the same thing. I don't know. It does kind of make me feel like a one-trick pony. All right. I have the dashed underline here. Let's do a yellow dashed underline. This green, or I guess it's a not a dashed but a dotted border. It's technically a dotted border. It is it's the width of the title itself. Let's do a border that is a fixed width. And let's do it in yellow. I want to do it in this yellow color. And yeah, let's start with that. So let's start with that. So these are just the secondary headings. And I'm deciding if I want these to be specific to the home page or if I'm going to do this for all secondary headings. Let's just do it for all secondary headings and see how it goes. I have a feeling that one of the issues that I'm going to be creating is to be doing some CSS refactoring on this site. So let's go to typography. Here are our secondary headings. Where did I put these styles? H3 tertiary heading, featured video section. Where did I put these headings? Tertiary heading, 3 content section. So I basically did the same thing. I duplicated that CSS. Oh, and it's not aligned, but it is it's display inline block. I'm guessing I did that. All right. What did I do for the headers here? Yeah, specific to the page. So this was a pseudo class. Was this a pseudo class? It was. Okay. So if we did that, this would be the secondary. This would be the secondary heading for the 3 content section. And then this would be the secondary heading for the featured video section, although this does have a heading wrap. Maybe we focus on the heading wrap instead. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So secondary heading, and I'm going to do it on the home page, which would be well, I don't have a style sheet just for the home page. I have it by section. All right, let's do this. We'll do secondary heading. And it's the heading wrap. And we'll do a pseudo class after. And so we have to do content, no content. We'll do display block Width, we'll do 150 pixels. Border bottom, 5 pixels, dotted yellow, and we're definitely going to need some padding. Stop it. We'll do 1 rem, and then we'll do margin, bottom 1 rem, and let's just see how that looks. Oh, and then we need to, so we're actually going to have to do 0, auto, 1 rem. And then auto left and right is what centers it. Yeah, that works. I'm good with that. Let's give it more margin and more padding though. Actually think that it should have less padding and more margin because I want to push the content down. What do we think? Too many dots? Too many dots? And clearly we need to do this. So let's do this as well. That's obviously going to be, well, white. So let's look at the 3 card hero so we can grab those styles. Wait a second, what's going on here? These are H2s. These should be H3s. Okay, I know why this is like this. It's because I originally had this as a banner image. That's why. But these should be H3s. And then this is the H2. So let's fix this. And it should be okay to fix this because we style classes, not elements. So let's start here. So I'm going to rename these H3s. And I'm going to rename these tertiary heading. H3, H3, tertiary heading, H3, H3, tertiary heading, and then we should just be able to change this, tertiary heading. Yep, and then perfect. So now you can see here that this, because it's got the secondary heading, which is a global style. It just needs to be updated for the 3-card hero, which has a dark background. That could be a little cleaner. Like I said, this could use some refactoring. So let's do this. Let's do heading wrap dark. And then let's go to our typography. And let's do this. And dark. Color. White. Oh, I know what I did wrong. No. Secondary heading. No. So we would actually want to put the dark here. There we go. I mean, I wonder if we did yellow, if that would be accessible. We could test it. I have the background's a gradient, so I'm even if it was accessible, I don't like it. Let's stick with white. And then I guess we could just do text align center. It's not the cleanest, but it'll work. I don't know if I love it. I don't know if I love it, but perfect is the enemy of done. Perfect is the enemy of done. And we just need to get this done. We just need to get it done. We could definitely tighten up this. So let's do a media query for this on mobile. I think this looks fine. I do think that we need to do an issue to kind of solve this problem. We dealt with this a couple of weekends ago. I love this horizontal scroll for these kind of 3-card features, but I don't know how to do it where I'm separating what's happening here with the title. The title is scrolling with it. So that is going to go into the QA. That's just going to go on as an issue. So we'll say find a solution for titles that scroll with content horizontally on mobile. Yeah, that's just gonna have to go on the list. Let's tighten up this space here. which is going to impact this space here too. Maybe it's really more that we need. Oh, that's interesting. So it's the margin on the secondary heading. Okay, that makes sense. So we need to, so the H2 itself has margin and the pseudo class has margin. Yeah, it should actually, okay, let's tidy this up a little bit. So it would be better to just do this, no margin on our border, but we do need that padding. We need the padding because the padding is on the inside of the box model. So it's padding, border, margin. So we do need the padding to push the border down from the heading. But the heading itself has margin here. So really, we would want, in a heading wrap, to control this margin. So I guess I'm just going to do media, max width. The heading is using clamp, so there is no breakpoint because clamp is just checking the width of the viewport. So if we do so maybe that means that we want to do clamp for that margin too. Yeah. Let's try it. So maybe we want to end up with 1, and then we need a middle value. So maybe 3 VW, but we start with 2 rems. I literally don't know if that's going to work. Let's try it. So we can see there that we don't have much. It looks a lot different here than it does here, and that's because this is on top of text and this is on top of an image, and it just looks different even though it's the same value. But let's see how this looks when we're changing. So here's our margin. You can see here it's 2 rems, and as we move, now it's 3 VW, viewport width. So that margin is flexible till we get down to about almost 500. I think I like that better because it doesn't change till about 785. And it stays pretty flexible. I mean, the window for flexibility is about 1060. To about 820. So like 200 pixels. Yeah, I think that works. Let's do that. And you know what? It just looks different if it's on top of an image versus being on top of text. It just looks different. But I like the flexibility. This looks a little squishier because of this border. So maybe in this case, we push this down. That's how we make up for it. So where we have margin, maybe here we have to do, this is how we push this down. That looks good, that looks good. Maybe that's what we do here too. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. So that's the image in the featured video section. And then let's see the kind of impact that has on mobile. I think it looks good. I think that looks better. I think that looks okay. And the line height here is 1. That's just how it looks when it's over text versus over an image. Talk about having 3 really distinct scenarios. So this is over an image with a border, so there's this extra white space. This is over text, which has a ton of white space because the text is all left justified. And then this is over an image. So even though the spacing is the same on all of the H2s and all of the pseudo classes, the spacing looks different because of the content. I mean, I did not plan that, not at all. I did not plan that. So, as far as I'm concerned, these H2s are styled and they are mobile friendly. They are imperfect. That is okay. As the site continues to live and breathe, we will make improvements. We will make improvements. Added a dashed border, a dashed yellow border. And then styled as white text for a dark background. All right, so we need space between the image and the H 3. I know what that is. That is this right here. So here's the image, which we already gave it margin. So we might as well just let that margin do the same thing. Right here. So we'll just do a rem of margin on the top and bottom. Let's make sure that's okay on desktop. So yeah, I think, and it still looks even because we're aligning. We're doing a center alignment on that x-axis. So that works on desktop and that works on mobile. Yeah, I like it. Done. Look at us getting stuff done. Adding margin to, actually it's added margin to separate image and text on mobile. So we do still need to decide on content and image for this section. Which honestly, I kind of like what I had chosen here. So hang on a second, we're going to fill this in. We are going to fill this in. One moment. All right, so I did a live stream a while ago called Front End is from Hell. So let's just go ahead. Let's just, this can be what this section is. Because that was a fun live stream. I enjoyed it. Even if it didn't get a ton of views, that's okay. That's a section that is just going to change every once in a while. That's just something that I'm going to work on it as I find streams that I think are stand out or videos that I think stand out that I want people to see. And that's what we're going to start with. So that's the title. And then let's grab I didn't write much of a description here, did I? I guess there's a couple other things we can add. And we can always ask our friend ChatGPT for a little help. Do a little copy editing here. First, let's convert these. There we go. So let's see how this looks. We'll start. Okay. So I'm thinking that we should take this out and do let's talk about front end development. Since we already have front end is from hell in the thumbnail. Okay, front end development, love it or hate it, you can't ignore it. In this stream, I'm reacting to two very different takes on the front end world. We'll talk about the good, the bad, and the hilarious truths about working in front end, plus dive into the never ending drama around frameworks. Come hang out, share your thoughts, and let's see where the conversation takes us. So let's take out that last sentence. And I'm going to take out the word development to tighten up the title. And then our call to action should be something like so instead of more front-end projects like this, it should be something along the lines of watch the video on YouTube. And then we need the link. And can't we do a link that actually starts? So what time is that? 55. So I think that'll give us a link that is with a timestamp. I think that gives us a link with a timestamp. Let's check and see. Let's close this. Okay. Refresh. No. Okay, and it needs to open in a new window. Oh, here we go. Start at 55. Now let's copy the link. Oh, look at that. Endpoint and t equals 55. Let's tuck that one away. That is handy. All right. Oh, and then let's put in the target is blank. Oh, that's not even the right time. Okay. So let's do 60.
Hello.
Let's do 60.
Hello. And
Love it. Love it. How does this look on? Oh, look at that. That is such a tidy little title, even for mobile. Perfect. Perfect. And then every once in a while, I will update this section if I have a stream that I think I want to highlight, or any video, not just a stream. Now that I'm recording more content, any stream that I want to highlight, I can go and stick here. But for now, this is the one that I've chosen, and this is just fine. So front-end development, love it or hate it, you can't ignore it. In this stream, I'm reacting to two very different takes on the front-end world. We'll talk about the good, the bad, and the hilarious truths about working in front end, plus dive into the never-ending drama around frameworks. Watch the video on YouTube. Perfect. I love it. I love it. I love this section. Okay. So we do need to update these sections with actual content, but I don't have that content loaded yet. So I don't think we're going to get this done today. This is all dummy data. And well, let's go ahead and mark this off. Updated. Hang on. Updated content and CTA link to YouTube video. Okay, and I didn't even put that on the list, so that's good. Although it does need its own issue, because I don't think I included that as an issue, but I think we can include it with another issue here. So I think we need to think about a call to action button for the hero. And I was thinking about a call to action button underneath here that just says, see all latest articles. I think that's pretty straightforward. I was undecided on a call to action here, right? We do have a link in the navigation for, the channel. Do we need another call to action here? And where does it go? Where does it go? I'm not convinced I need a call to action here. So I think for today, let's go ahead and add one here underneath. And I think we can do that. We've got button styles. We've got button styles. Where do I have those? Where are the buttons? Oh, is there a... Hello, there is a button partial style sheet. Okay. So we've got buttons. So here is our featured video section. 3-card hero. It was originally a hero. Here's the wrap. I think I want it to be outside of the wrap. So buttons are display inline block. They have a minimum width. They are centered. It looks like a button, but it's really a link. So we're not going to use the button element. So that's why we do a class of button. It means that we can make anything look like a button, but semantically, the button element is for an action, like some click event. If you are linking to something, it can look like a button, but it needs to be an anchor element. And anchor elements by default are inline, but we're giving this a class of button, so we're changing it to display inline block. And we'll just say all articles, and then the link is, how do we link? Nope, that's not what I wanted. This is how we link. So it would be this. And it's within the site, so we're not going to open a new tab. And we'll see here if we need to add additional styles because it's a dark background. I don't remember. But it should be fine. I think it'll be fine. Oh, it's right here. Needs more styles. So we've got button. We've got green solid, teal solid, blue hollow, green hollow, white solid blue, white hollow blue. So green hollow has a background color of white, a border of green, and then the transition is a background color of green. So let's try green hollow. Why aren't you centering? Okay, so the text is centered. Your display inline block. Should we just make you display block? I know I could just put a max width on this and center it. I get annoyed sometimes centering elements. Could just do margin left 50%, transform, translate X minus 50%. So let's do something a little bit different here for this one. So instead of green hollow, let's do and green. Let's do, well, really, I want it to be like a white border. Green solid, teal solid, blue hollow, green hollow. On a white, oh yeah, that's on a white background. So let's do white border green. So this would be background. Yeah, so it would literally be this exact same as this. Instead, the color on hover would be navy. This would be green. Or would it? No, it would be white. It would be white. Or no, would it? It would be a background is transparent. The border and the text are white, so this would be green. Because the background would be white. White border green. Let's just get the button working first, and then we can get it centered. There's more than one way to center a button. There. That's what we want. Okay. Now, in the 3-card hero, let's do separate styles for centering a button, because I don't want my button centering styles to be global. I just want them to be for the 3-card hero. So we'll just do button, 3-card hero. Well, it does need to be text align center. And then we'll do margin left 50%, transform, translate X, negative 50%. There. And that brings us right to the all articles, which is exactly what we have here in our filter. Perfect. It's like I planned it. It's like I planned it. Let's give this a little more breathing room. But again, let's do that here. So we'll do margin top. Oops. Say 2 rums. There we go. A little extra breathing room. And then on mobile. So we kind of have the same issue with the latest articles and the button. I think ideally these articles would scroll and the title and the button would not also scroll. I had trouble getting that to do that, getting those containers separated to do that. I just don't care to sit here and figure it out. It's not a showstopper. It's not a showstopper. For title, for titles, for title and CTA button that scrolls with content horizontally on mobile. I like it. So getting this, we can't really get this content in here until we do the task where, which is going to be next weekend, content and images for articles. So need to organize and build pages with content, need to source images on Unsplash. Content needs to be categorized for the filter. Where we include the articles, archive page images. Okay, where are we including the articles? Archive page images in the individual pages. I know that made sense when I wrote it. It's not making sense now, but that's okay. And then let's make sure that we include update articles in 3-card section on homepage. And I think ideally this homepage section would come from an API and update automatically, but this is a static website. I do, before the end of this year, want to kind of build out like a little CMS, a little homemade PHP JSON file CMS. But that's obviously not going to happen before July 1st. So things like this featured project and these latest articles would come from an API, ideally. So, but for now it's static, and that's going to be handpicked. It's going to be curated. That's easy enough for me to do. That's not a problem. But man, I am liking my homepage. I am very, very happy. I am very happy. Yes, yes, yes. And you know, I'm not gonna do added a button to all articles in 3-card section. I don't really know what I would put as a hero or as a call to action button in the hero. I don't know where that would go. I've already got a link out to YouTube in the navigation. In the very next section, I have another link out to a specific video. And I've got a call to action with the articles. So it escapes me what that would be, and I'm not going to put something there just for the sake of having it. It needs to serve a purpose. It needs to do something. I don't know what that is right now, so I'm going to skip it. So that's the decision. I'm good with that. So now, really the last thing, gosh, we got this whole page done. This makes me happy. Okay, this is so good. So now we just need our endpoint for MailChimp. So we can spend a few minutes here. Okay. I know they're protecting me, but come on. All right. All right. So we don't really need an email template. I'm not ready to send any emails. I just need a form. So let's go to forms. Create embedded forms and landing pages to reach more people. Create a new form. Create embedded form, form name. We'll call it footer newsletter. form fields. So we have email address, first name, last name. Okay, so we're going to add a field. All right, I can do that. So copy and paste this code into your website's HTML where you want the form to appear. So we're not going to embed this form, but there's definitely going to be a script here, right, that they want us to use. So let's see what that is and see what okay, there's a lot. Okay. So I don't want to link to their CSS. Here's the sign up. Here's the endpoint. They've got a lot of error handling. So the input name is, wait a second, form. Okay, so I don't want to restyle their form. Can't I just use their API names? Okay, so we've got F name. Here's the API name for the first name, which is just F name. Here's the L name for the last name. Here's email for the email. And then they've got some validation here. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT for some help here. Let's tell ChatGPT what our code is and what their code is and see what we absolutely need and get an opinion on this validation. Yes, of course I want validation. Of course I want things to be safe. Here's my form. Okay. I need help integrating a MailChimp newsletter form. Here's their embed code. Here's my styled form. I want to keep my form markup and styles, but I'd like to have their form validation script. Can you please help? Let's see what they say here. Okay, yes, you can keep your own markup and styles and still use MailChimp's backend to submit the form with validation, but you'll need to follow a few important steps. Your styled form must match MailChimp's action URL and include the correct name attributes. No problem. Okay, nice. So this is probably like a honeypot right here, I'm guessing. This. This loads the MailChimp validation script and initialize fnames, ftypes, arrays used for client-side validation. Note, this uses jQuery, so make sure jQuery is loaded before the script. If your site doesn't use jQuery, you'll either need to load jQuery just for this script or skip this and handle validation yourself, but then you lose the MailChimp UI. MailChimp is going to make me load jQuery in order to use their form. MailChimp includes hidden divs for success and error messages if you want to support those, or just style them yourself based on MailChimp's returned query parameters if you want full control. Wow, let me get this straight. I have to use jQuery? Really? Yeah. You can 100% keep your own form, skip their mcvalidate.js, and just let the form submit to MailChimp's server. This still works. You lose fancy inline validation in MailChimp style success or error messaging. Instead, users get redirected to a MailChimp branded confirmation page after submitting. Option 2, roll your own validation, no jQuery. Write your own form validation using vanilla.js. Easy if it's just email. You can still post to their endpoint, handle the response, and show messages your way. Clean, no jQuery, minimal form example. Totally valid, no jQuery, no script, just redirects to a MailChimp page after submission. Want inline error handling and no jQuery? Let me know. I can write a quick vanilla.js snippet to validate email and show error success messages right in your form while still submitting to MailChimp. You're not stuck. jQuery is optional depending on how fancy you want it. If I skip the validation and redirect to MailChimp, does the user leave my site? Yes. If you skip the validation script and use the raw MailChimp form as is, your user will be redirected to a MailChimp hosted thank you or error page, which means they leave your site. With target blank, it opens a new tab, so your site stays open in the background. Oh, okay, that's fine. Oh. So target equals underscore blank works with form submission. Yep, it totally does. I'm fine with that. Okay, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. And we're going to add last name. We'll go ahead and add last name as a... Oh, interesting. It did not put in labels here. Shame on you, ChatGPT. Shame, shame. So we'll say it didn't, why didn't it include, okay, hang on. Let's see here. No, that was, no. None of the inputs have labels. Oh my gosh. This is my form. You gave me an updated form without labels. Yes. There we go. Can you also include an input for lname? So here we have first name, last name, email, plus we have, I think this is the honeypot and a button. So let me know if you want to add client-side validation with or without jQuery, inline success or error messages, or a confirmation message shown on your page when the form is submitted. And then I think we can just add required to each of these inputs. If I add required attribute to each input, there is HTML5 error handling, correct? It's basic, but it works. Exactly. If you add the required attribute to your inputs, HTML5 will handle basic validation for you right in the browser, no JavaScript needed. What HTML5 validation does, checks for empty required fields, checks valid email format if type email, prevents form submission until fields are valid, shows browser native error messages, works out of the box in all modern browsers. If the user clicks submit and these are empty or invalid, the browser will highlight the fields, show messages like please fill out this label or please enter a valid email address, stop the form from submitting. Accessibility note, HTML5 validation is accessible, but it depends on the browser's implementation. Messages can be hard to style or customize. You won't be able to tweak the error copy or placement. I am fine with that. So, okay, so let's grab our updated. All right. So let's grab this. going to save this for now. Trust but verify. And then let's make sure that we have required. So here's our endpoint. The method is post. The target is blank. And if we hit subscribe, we should get errors. So that's interesting. It still opens in another, it still submits, but it says there are errors. All right. You know what? I think this is decent. This is good validation, in my opinion. This is fine. Why do we need birthday? Why is there birthday here? We don't need birthday. Let's do this. Let's see if we can just do it right and go ahead and I'll sign up. I'll sign up my dog at my email address. Well, let's do this. I am completely fine with this. Thank you for subscribing. Look out for news and updates. Manage subscription preferences. Continue to website. That's interesting. And it doesn't clear the form. But if we refresh the page, it does. Let's go back to edit. I don't know why it shows the birthday field. That's not indicated. And I don't know why if you go back to site, you get that error page. I think that is confusing. I'm glad it opens it in a new tab. I'm definitely going to put vanilla JavaScript error handling on my list. On my list of issues. So this is going to be required, and this will be required. So if somebody doesn't fill it out and they get it in the new I don't know what this is. So let's go back to forms. Where are all of my, okay, footer newsletter. So I just want to see, I can't, so how do I see the people who have signed up. Audience? Here we go. Okay. Okay, so I'm confused about some things, but some things I really, really like. So I think the testing works. I'm definitely going to test this on, um, definitely going to test this on mobile. I'll do that later today. Yeah. Okay. Um, let's give some feedback to ChatGPT about some of this. Okay. Okay. When I submit the form to test the required fields, it automatically redirects to the MailChimp page asking the user to fill out the fields. I think this is good. MailChimp is still doing the error handling. When I fill out the form correctly, it redirects as expected. Confirms that I signed up, then has a button that says back to website. When I click it, there's a blank page with this text. Okay, let's do it again. So let's do okay. So continue to website. Let's take a picture. And then if we go continue to website, we get this error. Let's include a screenshot. Form validation works via HTML5 and the MailChimp backend. Confirmation page looks clean and professional. You're almost done. But this part is the issue. When I click continue to website, I get result error, message blank. What that continue to website button is supposed to redirect back to your website, but it's trying to post form data again instead of just redirecting. This usually happens when the redirect URL is not configured properly. MailChimp attempts to resubmit the form data to the redirect URL. Solution: set a thank you page, also known as redirect after sign up. You need to configure this inside your MailChimp audience settings. Go to MailChimp and log in, navigate to Audience, Sign Up Forms, Form Builder. In the Form Builder, open the drop-down and select Confirmation Thank You page. At the bottom, enter a custom redirect URL. Oh, okay. Audience. Okay. Audience sign up forms form builder. Let's just go back to forms, other forms. Settings. Audience settings. Audience name, fields, webhooks. Yeah, I'm not seeing this. I don't see this at all. Click the Audience tab in the main navigation. If you have more than one audience, pick the correct one. In the sidebar, in the left sidebar, click Sign Up Forms. Click the Audience tab in the main navigation. At the top drop down, default is sign up form. Change it to confirmation. No, I can't find this anywhere. Click the Audience tab in the main navigation. Audience, audience settings. Forum setting, email opt-in, reCAPTCHA, GDPR, subscriber, no, required, default, audience. I can't find this anywhere. Here are the options. Okay. I can't handle this. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Okay, from the left-hand menu, click Audience, Audience Dashboard. At the top of the dashboard, click the name of your audience or click Manage Audience. In the drop-down that appears, click Sign Up Forms. You'll see a list of form options. In the Form Builder, you'll see something that you'll see a drop-down that says something like Sign Up Form. Change it to Confirmation Thank You Page. In the drop-down that appears, select Sign Up Forms. You'll see a list of form options. Click Form Builder. In the Form Builder, you'll see a drop-down that says something like Sign Up Form. Change it to Confirmation Thank You Page. In the drop-down that appears, select Sign Up Forms. At the top of the dashboard, click the name of your audience or click Manage Audience. Audience Dashboard. Manage Audience. Sign Up Forms. You'll see a list of form options. Click Form Builder. Okay. Form Builder. In the Form Builder, you'll see a drop-down that says something like Sign Up Form. Change it to Confirmation Thank You Page. Scroll down and check. Got it. Okay. Boy, this was not easy. Send subscribers to another URL instead of showing this thank you page. Instead of showing this thank you page, send subscribers to another URL. All right. Wow. Probably just back to the home page, which would be I guess we could just do a thank you page, right? Which for now would be this. Let's just send people back to a URL that we know is working, which is this, which is just our dev site. So this will have to go on this is going to be a showstopper that when we deploy, we make sure that we're either redirecting back to the home page of the deployed site, or if we have time, we can go ahead and do a thank you page specific to emails. I am perfectly fine doing that. But either way, this particular thing has to be updated before we deploy. All right, so we'll save. Redirect URL saved. Customers will see your form in the language preferences set within their browser. Okay. Note, the option only appears if you're using MailChimp's built-in form builder, not the embedded or pop-up forms. If you embedded the form manually like we did, this redirect URL setting still applies because MailChimp owns the confirmation page after a double opt-in. Let's just test it. Let's just test it. Okay. So let's do Risky, which was my first dog. Oh, so this is automatically redirecting now. So now we're not getting that page. I guess it wouldn't redirect if it wasn't correct, right? So let's see what happens if so if we're going to redirect to a custom thank you page, I don't want that to I don't want that to open in a new tab. I want it to open in the same tab because that's also going to clear the form at the same time. So let's see if let's go back to our audience. So it was successful. So let's just make a thank you page. We can do that. What time is it? It's 2:30. Well, we've been in this for about 2.5 hours. Yeah, let's just make a thank you page. I'm down with that. Okay, 1 second. Let's also test what happens. Okay, so now that we know that we have that redirect, what happens if the form is not correctly filled out? Okay, so now let's fill it out. And that does redirect. Okay, so we are still getting the MailChimp error handling. Yeah, we are. So that works. Let's make a thank you page. Let's make a thank you page. And if we're going to make a thank you page that redirects, we do not need a target, because the only way I can clear that form is by redirecting to a new page. That's how that form gets cleared. So I like this. I don't have to load the MailChimp jQuery. Don't understand that at all. But I still get the error handling and all the API names just by putting in an endpoint. We love this. We love this. So let's go ahead. So let's make a copy of this accessibility page, which is just a page. I think we can we duplicate this? Let's do this. Let's go ahead and duplicate, and we'll say thank you. So now here's our thank you page. And we'll update the title. This is going to be thank you for signing up. Thank you. Newsletter sign up. Thank you. Let's just do thank you! Exclamation point. Written by me. What's today's date? Oh, we need to update the date times on all of our pages. Update date time attribute on all pages with date meta. So today is June 14th. That's 06/14, 2025. And I'm using the 3-letter month for all months. I was going to say thank you. Okay, so let's ask for a little help. Let's let ChatGPT know where we're at, and let's get a little help with some content for a thank you page. Where are we here? Okay, everything is working. Redirect is perfect. Redirects to custom page when form is valid, but still but still redirects to MailChimp page when form is not valid. But then once filled out correctly, it goes to custom page. Can you please help me with some copy for a thank you page? Thank you for subscribing. You're officially on the list, and I'm so glad you're here. Keep an eye on your inbox for updates, new content, and the occasional surprise. If you're new, you might want to check out latest articles, project showcase, upcoming streams. Welcome abroad. More good things are coming your way. Alternate tones if you want something different. Thanks so much for signing up. Boom, you're in. I like the first one. Thank you for subscribing. And then we'll make sure that those are all linked. Okay. So we definitely want this to be in a paragraph tag. I want this to be in a paragraph tag. We want this to be in a paragraph tag. I know this can be a little tedious, but man, it can just look so good when you spend a little time to do it right. All right. So the latest articles would be this page right here. We probably want to use our does it matter? Because I wasn't doing it for I was just doing this. Did those work? Yep, those worked. Okay. Articles. We'll test them. We'll obviously have to test them. I have too many open tabs. Yes, I do have a slash at the end. Projects. Upcoming streams. Latest articles. Project showcase. Upcoming streams. I guess this could just be a link to the channel. If we go to live. And this would be target blank. All right, and then let's go to thank you. Okay, let's combine these 3 sentences. I love it. Actually, I think this could be its own sentence. There we go. You're officially on the list, and I'm so glad you're here. Keep an eye out on your inbox for updates, new content, and the occasional surprise. If you're new, you might want to check out latest articles, project showcase, upcoming streams. And then I think if people want to, they could just go back to the home page. All right, so let's go ahead and, well, first of all, let's deploy some of these things and then we can go ahead and test it. And what do you think about developers animating the background color property, since this kills performance and by design should only animate the transform and its derivatives like scale, translate, etc.? Let me think about this for a second. Let's get this deployed, and while we're waiting for it to deploy, let's think about this for a second. Get status, get add, get commit. Updating the home page styles and layout, adding link to main nav, MailChimp sub form in footer, git push origin staging, git push origin, whoops, staging. So now we should be able to do thank you. Thank you. So we'll test that. We'll test that. We'll wait until this is updated. Okay. What do you think about developers animating the background color property, since this kills performance and by design should only animate the transform and its derivatives like scale, translate? I don't know if I've ever animated the background color property. So I'm curious about the words "this kills performance." In my, I guess in my experience, anything that can be done with CSS should be done with CSS. And I don't know why, if you're animating something with CSS, that would have any impact on performance. I've personally, if it's possible to do it with CSS, to me, performance killers are things like using JavaScript to animate something when you could really do it with CSS. Performance killers are not optimizing your images, not not uh, not minifying your CSS or your JavaScript in general, right? Not serving those assets with like compression or gzip. I mean, though, when I think of performance killers, that's what I think of. And I've personally never seen CSS kill performance. I've seen performance be like JavaScript has to wait for the page to load before you can add a class before the CSS will even work. Those to me are performance killers. So I would need to see a very specific example of what you're talking about. I would look in the network tab to actually see if there was any impact on page load time. I don't know what you mean by kills performance. I don't know specifically what you're talking about. Do you have data to support that? Is there something specific that you see in the network tab? To me, CSS is clean and efficient, and if you are writing it correctly, then there's no reason why CSS should kill your performance. I think there are so many other ways to kill performance. I don't imagine that that would do that. So I would just need to see an example. I would just need to see an example of what you're talking about. And I'm trying to think if I've ever animated, oh, animating a background color property. I mean, I feel like I do that all the time. I feel like I just did that. So let's refresh this. There we go. So this is animating a background color property. Background color. What do you think about developers animating the background color property, since this kills performance and by design should only animate the transform and its derivatives like scale, translate, etc.? Yeah, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. How is this a performance killer? I would need to see what data are you looking at, or what metric are you looking at to use words like performance killer. So I just don't agree with that. Um, let's ask ChatGPT. It's our friend who knows everything, who knows so many things. Are there performance considerations when animating things like background color using CSS? Should animations only be used for things like transform interesting. Great question. And yes, there are definitely performance considerations when it comes to animating CSS properties. When you animate something like background color, the browser has to recalculate styles, repaint the pixels on every frame, possibly trigger layout or composite steps. That repaint step can be expensive, especially if you're animating a large area. The background is semi-transparent. The page has a lot of other repaints happening at the same time. Using transform and opacity for high performance animations. These are the gold standard for CSS animations and transitions because they don't trigger layout or paint. They can be handled by the GPU. They're super smooth even on lower power devices. Okay. Use transform and opacity for high performance. What about background color? It's fine in small doses like hover effects or subtle transitions on buttons, especially if the element is small. The animation duration is short. Mine, I usually do 300 milliseconds. You're not animating dozens of things at once, but you wouldn't want to use it for full screen transitions, repeating animations on multiple elements, performance critical interfaces. So, for CSS properties, transform, low GPU, opacity, low GPU. Background color, medium, causes repaint, use sparingly. Width or height, high, triggers layout. Top left, high, triggers layout. I definitely use it on top and left. I don't really use it on height or width. If you're animating for a polished UI, buttons, hover states, a subtle background color transition is usually fine. But for movement or anything continuous, stick to transform and opacity. This is such an interesting question, and I love it when I get questions like this because it didn't even occur to me that this was a thing. I had no idea. This is what I love about doing this because I learned so much from people in the chat and in the comments. I don't use transition on width and height. I'm hard pressed to think of when I do that. I do it on navigation all the time. Right here. So here's the mobile nav. And I did it right here. Right and visibility. So instead of animating background color, a better approach is to use opacity or transform, which are GPU optimized and run much more smoothly. I had no idea. I had no idea. So I'm definitely doing it here. Definitely doing it here. Thank you for telling me. This is what I love about doing this and inviting other people to watch me work. So what would that look like? Let's finish testing our form and then let's do that. Let's do opacity and transform on our buttons. We can do that. We can do that. Although I will say, I think because our button is so incredibly small, the only time I use background color, the only time I transition a background color is on a button. I mean, I'm not doing that I'm sticking up for myself, okay? That this is something I do exclusively for buttons. I'm hard pressed to think of when I do this in any other situation, totally admitting that I do this here. But yeah, we can do this. Let's finish with our form. And let's make sure that our page deployed. Our page deployed. Okay. So let's test this now. How many more pets? How many more pets do I have? I had a fish named Fred. That was a long time ago. He was pretty cute though. So we should now redirect to our thank you page. And there's our Fred. So now we're back on our thank you page, but we can go down to the footer again. I feel like I had a hamster once named Chad. Oh, I was going to do it wrong. So I did not fill out the email address. All right. Now when we submit, we should get redirected to our thank you page. Okay. Nice. Okay, this is working, and I'm going to test on mobile myself later. I'm going to do that offline. But this is working. This is working. I'm really happy with this. Really happy with this. And we have our custom title. Thank you. I'm going to change that to thank you for subscribing. Oh, and then let's make sure that our links work. Latest articles. Yes. Projects. Yes. Upcoming streams. Yes. We love a form that works. Okay. I have one more thing that I want to do for this form. Okay. Real quick, back to the form. Can you help me with 1 or 2 sentences that will go directly above the sign up form, that will go directly above the sign up form, encouraging people to sign up. Okay. Get occasional updates, fresh content, and behind the scenes insights straight to your inbox. Want to stay in the loop? I'll send thoughtful updates when there's something worth sharing. No fluff, just smart front-end content, practical tutorials, and honest updates every once in a while. Want a version that mentions frequency, monthly, occasional, exclusives, or project launches? Just say the word. I'm just going to go with this because I I have no idea how often I'm going to send emails. Not even a clue. So let's just do this. So this is our thank you page. Let's get back to the footer and the form. And I don't think we're going to have to do any styling, but let's check it out. We need to do a little bit of styling. That is fine. Let's see here. So you can also apply will change background color to hint to the browser that the element will be animated, allowing it to prepare for optimization. Okay, we're going to do this next. Give me a second here to finish with this footer text, and we're going to do that next. Okay, so we're done with our thank you page. We're done with that. Let's get to our footer. Footer item. Footer about. Let's just make anything that is a paragraph. There. Get occasional updates, fresh content, and behind the scenes insights. ChatGPT loves to use dashes, M dashes. Loves the M dash. Loves it. I don't like this no fluff. Let's just do just smart front end content, practice tutorials, and honest updates every once in a while. Minus the M dash. Yeah, that works. I'm good with this. Okay. I don't think we need to worry about this right now. Okay. Let's knock this off the list. Footer subscribe needs an endpoint. Configured a mail chip endpoint and thank you page. Tested on desktop. So we finished everything on this list today. Nice. All items on this list are completed. And we can put this in the done. Yep, I think it already did that. Wait. Hang on. Done. Status. Done. There we go. Okay, now let's go look at done with this. Done with this. I don't know if I'll ever remember how to get back to that page. Here's our staging site. Here's our local site. All right. Okay. Okay, so instead of animating the background color, which is transition, wait a second, what am I using to animate? So let's look at let's go to our buttons. So I'm doing transition all, which is that I'm animating the background color, and border color. Instead of animating background color, a better approach is to use opacity or transform, which are GPU optimized and run more smoothly. You can also apply will change background color to hint to the browser that the element will be animated, allowing it to prepare for optimization. So if I used transform, or opacity, so opacity is only going to work if I'm going from transparent background color to a color. That makes sense. So for this, we could do we would do opacity 0, and this would actually be background color white. And then this would be opacity 1. And we have transition all, but we would probably want to define these individually, right? Because I know a lot of linters don't let you use all. Ask me how I know. So we know that we're transitioning the background, background color on some things. Let's just give this its own set of transitions. So we'll transition the opacity, 300 milliseconds, ease in out, and the color, 300 milliseconds, ease in out. And the border. No, not the border. That stays the same. All right, so this should override anything that we have on the parent. No, because it makes the entire container opaque. Yeah. So we have to add more. Yeah, because it makes the entire button. So we would have to add like a span or something. Well, but how do you make sure then? So how do you make sure that what's inside the button isn't also getting opacity? So hang on, let's ask ChatGPT for an example of what this would look like. If I was to use opacity to animate the background color of a button, if I was to use opacity to animate the background color of a button, how would my markup change to avoid making the text inside the element also not impacted by the opacity? Give me an example of the markup and CSS, please. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I have an honest question for ChatGPT now. And for if you're still here and you're listening and you want to respond to this, um, is the extra markup and CSS worth the trade-off to save GPU for this animation on a button? Okay, so usually no, not for a single button. If you're animating background color on hover for just a few buttons, the performance hit is negligible and not worth the extra markup and CSS complexity. When it's worth the trade-off, a few buttons, keep it simple with background color. Dozens of animated elements, maybe cumulative paint cost adds up. Complex animations like timelines and keyframes, yes. Full screen transitions, definitely. Like sliders, right? A full screen transition would be like a slider. You're chasing pixel perfection and polish, possibly. Also consider mobile GPUs are less powerful. Layout reflows or repaints feel more janky there. If you're animating multiple properties at once, like box shadow, color, background color, better to optimize. Animating opacity or transform also lets you stack transitions without fighting specificity or blend modes. Fair. Rule of thumb, for 1 to 3 buttons on a site, keep it simple. For a design system, reusable component library, or highly animated interface, optimize it. That said, if you're doing this for educational content tutorials or building up reusable UI pieces, totally worth showing the better performing pattern. It gives you a talking point and teaches good habits. This is definitely something really good to consider, and I'm glad that you're bringing this up. I'm going to make the decision to not make this change on my site because I have so many things to get done by July 1st. I don't have I'm choosing not to spend the time and energy to go back and redo all of my buttons and animations. However, moving forward for all future projects, I am going to do this and implement this. I have to tell you though, I don't love the extra markup and the extra CSS. I have a problem with that. I have a problem with that for something that seems negligible. So this is something I'm really going to have to spend some time thinking about. But I'm really glad that somebody brought it up and pointed it out, because I had no idea that this was a huge issue, because the only time I animate or I transition a background color is on buttons. And I just don't use that many buttons. So I use a few here and there. So this is something I'm going to have to think about. Had no idea, had not even a clue. So I appreciate people who point this stuff out and ask these questions. I really, really do. Oh, but what did he say here? You can also apply will change background color to hint to the browser that the element will be animated. Well, I want to read the will change. Let's do this. MDN will change. Let's look at this. The will change CSS property hints to browsers how an element is expected to change. Browsers may set up optimizations before an element is actually changed. These kinds of optimizations can increase the responsiveness of a page by doing potentially expensive work before they are actually required. Warning: will change is intended to be used as a last resort in order to try to deal with existing performance problems. It should not be used to anticipate performance problems. Don't apply will change to too many elements. The normal behavior for optimizations that the browser makes is to remove the optimizations as soon as it can and revert back to normal. But adding will change directly in a style sheet implies that the targeted elements are always a few moments away from changing, and the browser will keep the optimizations for a much longer time than it would have otherwise. So it is a good practice to switch will change on and off using script code before and after the change occurs. Let's ask, what about using will change to hint to the browser that the button has a background color change if clicked. It tells the browser, hey, I plan to animate or change this property soon. Prepare for it. This lets the browser promote the element to its own rendering layer if needed, allocates resources ahead of time, avoids performance hiccups when the change actually happens. So can you use will change background color? Technically, yes, but it won't help you much. Why? Background color still triggers repaint, even with will change. It doesn't magically become GPU accelerated like transform or opacity. Will change background color just says, heads up, I'm changing this, but the cost repaint still happens. Best uses of will change. Property, good with will change, transform opacity, top left width, can cause reflow expensive, background color almost never. So ChatGPT is telling me that that is not an efficient use of will change. And then the MDM is also saying it's not always good. It's not always good. Browsers treat it like a performance promise. If you overuse it, especially globally, you can waste GPU memory, keep layers around longer than needed, actually slow things down. And I feel like, especially on a call to action button, there is no guarantee that that's going to get clicked or tapped on mobile. There's no guarantee, right? So based on this, I'm not going to implement will change for that particular thing based on what I'm reading here and what the feedback here is. But you've given me some very good things to think about. So I definitely appreciate these. I appreciate these types of comments in the chat. Let's see here. Let's do another push. Let's do another push. And let me see if I can get this, if I can get my phone plugged in. No, should be green. We better test this to make sure it's still okay. Okay. Updating footer and button styles. Okay, let's give this a second to percolate. And then let me plug in my phone. Let's see. Why? Why can't you just remember? There we go. All right, let's see if this works. There we go. There we go. Ugh, too many chords. Okay. I can't. Stop. All right, there we go. We definitely have something happening here. No, I guess that's okay. All right. I don't see our button anywhere here. That could be caching because we've pushed those styles a couple of times. Let's... Are we getting the whole thing here? Why aren't we getting our button? What did I do? So this is just not updating yet. I pushed this, right? Did I something? Okay, so this deployed successfully. Okay. White border green. Am I losing my mind? Did this not get pushed? What's going on here? Oh, I think I added it and then I made changes, but I didn't re-add it. That's what I did. Changing button transitions. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, now we're updated. All right. What's happening in the chat? Okay. Insensitive Appeal 27 says, let me move this. Let's get the chat. Says, how do you prepare a mind map for any website? Like what to make first and last, and when to make it responsive, etc. And how many hours do you code per day? And also, how do you face overwhelming? I think you might have gotten cut off here. Overwhelming something. Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know, finish this last sentence for me. So, how do you prepare a mind map for any website? So, the way I do that is by creating user stories. So, let's go to our project board. And when I started this project, so I kind of already have an idea in my head of what I want the website to include, right? Like I know that there's going to be a home page. I'm always going to start with a home page. Probably going to have a page about me, right? Probably going to, like this site, I knew that I wanted to do a page where I was, I knew I wanted to do a page where I was going to have articles. I knew I wanted to have a page where I was going to show my projects. So in my mind, I've already got an idea of the types of pages that I want to have. But in order to make them make sense, I write user stories. So here's a user story template. And we can also open this up. So I would recommend that you learn about user stories. I'm going to put this in the chat. It's really, really helpful. So I think it was, and also how do you face overwhelming situations? How do I deal with overwhelming situations? I mean, that's a really good question. So let's talk about user stories first. The user story, if you break it down, it's as a persona, so as the user, so pretend you're the user, I want to, so that. So the persona is who are you building this for? Wants to is describing that person's or that user's intent. So that is how does their immediate desire to do something fit into their bigger picture? So an example of that is user story experience and skills. So as a technical recruiter, so I was thinking the persona, the person looking at my website is a technical recruiter. So I'm making this statement as the technical recruiter. As a technical recruiter, I want to understand the expertise so I can assess whether the skills match my needs. So I want to make sure that I know that this website that I'm looking at for this person, the skills they have, the work that they can do, it matches what I need in my organization. That's the whole point of a user story. And user stories do not describe features of the UI. They are about what does the user get out of your website. So the first thing you need to do is understand who's coming to your website. That's number one. So if you're a developer, you're trying to get a job, if you're freelancing, then your website is for those people. It's for recruiters, it's for hiring managers, it's for people who are in a position to hire you and pay you money. So you should be building your website from that perspective, that you are building it for those people. So that's number one. then you need to have an idea of what those pages look like. What are you communicating? So current duties. I wrote a user story describing my current duties, wanting to put my current duties. So as a hiring manager, I want to understand your current responsibilities so I can understand if they fit into the position I'm hiring for. So I would suggest learning to write user stories. You could also write something called a software product vision statement. Yeah, this page wasn't working last week either. That's too bad. But it's basically a template identifying what your product is for. Your website is your product. So this is the template. Here's the statement that I wrote. For hiring managers, recruiters, and collaborators in technology who want to partner with an experienced and thoughtful front-end developer with an eye for design and a commitment to accessibility, AngelaJHolden.com is a portfolio website that showcases my ability to design, develop, and deploy a front-end project made with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Unlike developers who stop at functionality, my focus is on design, accessibility, and performance. That is my product vision statement for my website. So these are all exercises that I did before I ever started designing a page, before I came up with a color palette or a layout or anything. So I think the first part of this, I'm going to put your comment back up here. How do you prepare a mind map for any website? Like what to make first and last and when to make it responsive? And how many hours do you code per day? So the mind map starts with all of these things first, in my opinion. So learn to write a software product vision statement, learn to write some user stories, and those things will help you get clear on what you need. Those things will help you prepare the mind map and what to start with. So now getting down to sort of like the nitty gritty of what do you make first and last, I tend to always make the home page first because I think it's pretty common to have a one-page website, right? So design a home page and maybe everything you want to communicate can just live on that page. That's totally fine. And then as you deploy that site and you continue to have new, fresh ideas and you think of new types of content that you want to add, then go ahead and add inner pages. Just start with the home page, and I tend to take a top to bottom approach. So I start with the header and the navigation and I work my way down and I do all of the markup first. And we've done this several times now on this channel. All of my live streams, whenever we start a new project, we start at the top, we work our way down. All the markup goes first. Once you've built your homepage, you've literally built half your website because you've defined the header and the footer and the navigation, which live on every single page. You've designed or you've developed and written core styles for layout, branding, color palette. And you should be able to reuse those things on your inner pages, even if the inner page has a new layout and a new design, right? You've defined core styles for your site. You have a header and footer on every single page. So your page is like half built just by having those two things, right? So just start with the home page. Top to bottom, header, body, footer. That's the best place to start. Don't worry about having every single page designed and laid out. Don't worry about it. Just start with the home page. And also let the creative process happen just through the organic process of building. Don't feel like you have to have it all figured out before you've even written one line of code. Let the creative process happen organically as you're working. That's an important part of the process. And then when to make it responsive, I tend to do most of the responsive styles last. That's something that I tend to do last. I do tend to focus on the desktop styles first. I know that there's some people who are like, oh, mobile first, I don't think it matters. You're not going to convince me things like that really matter, as long as, I mean, I guess if you're building an app specifically for mobile, yeah, that probably matters. I tend to build things where mobile and responsiveness are, of course, important, but it's equally important, in my opinion, to have a good desktop experience. So I tend to start with desktop first and do the responsive styles last. In my opinion, responsive tends to just be a reverse engineering of desktop styles. So I get everything laid out in desktop and I do a fair amount of QA and then I get those responsive styles implemented. That's just sort of my process and it works for me. So, how many hours a day do you code? Not enough. Right now a lot because I'm contracting. So I have a front end contract job that goes through June 30th. So I'm actually doing quite a bit right now. Um, I tend to do most of my coding on the weekend. That was the whole point of deciding that I was going to start streaming because I needed more practice and I wanted to set aside dedicated times to do more coding. And this was a very good decision for me to do this. Um, so, I mean, I don't know, like we're almost at 4 hours here today. So that's going to be a pretty hefty chunk of time. I'm probably not going to do any much more coding at all after today. I would say during the week, it just depends on what I have going on. If I'm in a contract job, then I'm doing a lot of coding. If I'm not in a contract job, then I'm not necessarily doing a lot of coding. I'm filming, I'm editing, I have other things that I'm doing. So it just depends. Emilio's here. He says hello. He's lurking while he's cleaning his house. The dog hairball storm is raging here. Same, Emilio, same. In fact, I just got a new vacuum cleaner. I'm kind of excited. I need to bust it out today. Top down is life. It is. It is. So I hope Insensitive Appeal 27, I hope that that answers your question. Let's see here. Okay, let's get back to, let's see if this is working. Well, let's just do this. There we go. So there's our button. I don't love that it scrolls, but we're going to put that, we're going to go ahead and do some more issues, and then we're going to talk about what we're going to work on tomorrow. And let's make sure that our form works. Oh, how many more pets do I have? Um, 1 second. Let's see here. All right. How many more pets do I have? Um, Risky, Ryan, Cricket, Chad, Fred the fish, Tom. I had another fish named Tom. Tom, fish. All right, our redirect works. I really like that. I really like the redirect. Now let's make sure on mobile that if we just hit subscribe so the form's not filled out, All right, so let's do, this was my sister's horse, Amigo. All right. And then let's make sure that our signups went through. Oh, did I close MailChimp? I'll check later. It's probably fine. But I'm I'm good with this. Yeah, I'm good with this. All right. Looks good. I like it. Okay, I think our last order of business today. So tomorrow we're going to work on the content and images for the articles, which is this page. So I feel like I have one article. I have one article in here. So in our articles, and I sort of already started working on like a little. I have to go back and look at this and remember what I did. Oh, yeah, I did. Look at this. Or did I? I think that I started working on doing this so I didn't have to have all the content in one spot. Post template. It's been a while since I've looked at this though. Yeah, I started working on this, but it was 2 months ago. It was over 2 months ago that I started working on this, kind of building out like a little CMS. Um, I feel like I want to work on that tomorrow, but I don't think I'm going to have time. But how many articles do I actually have ready to go? I have one 5 tips for junior developers, which is ready to go. Let's go back to 5 tips for junior developers. So we could do how I practice JavaScript, get clients, get paid. And this could also be a good article. So 3 more articles. So there's a total of 4 articles. I need to get 3 more ready. I will get the content ready before the stream tomorrow because I think that would be boring. And then we need to look on Unsplash and look for images. Yeah. And that's the start. It's just a start. We just need to get it started. And then we have then we need to also make sure that we have those articles here. So we need to have a page, which is the article itself. We need to have those 4 articles categorized and in this right here. We may not need the filter right away. We may need to make sure that we have like 10 or 12 articles posted before we actually need a filter. So it would be easy enough to just comment this out, but make sure everything is loaded. That's completely fine. And then we need to go on Unsplash and look for images. Look for the images that we want to use. And the image may not be directly related to the article. It may just be something fun and bright and colorful. And that is okay. And then we do need to sort of think about, we do sort of need to think about where we would put that image inside the article itself. Where would that go? At the top, in the middle? I don't know. We'll talk about that tomorrow. So tomorrow's going to be a, like, what are we doing? What are we doing with our life? Need to organize and build pages with content. I'm going to do this before the stream. Need to source images. Content needs to be categorized for the filter. That'll be easy. Where are we including the articles, archive page images in the individual pages? That's what I just said. Update the articles in the 3-card section on the homepage. It's a start, people. It's a start. Okay, now let's add our remaining issues. So we need a description variable in the head include. So head description variable. For meta tag description in the head include. Find a solution. Yeah. Oops. Horizontal scroll. Yeah. We're gonna try to get 1 and 3 done tomorrow. Update, date, time, attribute, time elements. Okay, horizontal scrolling. This goes in the backlog. This goes in the backlog. The priority is, it's low. The priority is low. Yeah. Yeah. This is important. So this is ready for development. It's high. SEO is always a high priority. I'm going to put tomorrow's date on it. We're going to nick these 2 things quickly tomorrow. And it is totally in line with working on content anyways. Making sure that we have good titles and descriptions for all of our pages. And we are absolutely going to ask ChatGPT for help. with this. That is the exact right thing to get help with. And we can nick this one tomorrow too. This is ready for development. This is absolutely high. We want those date elements and date time attributes to be accurate, to match what the date time actually is being shown to the user. We want that to be accurate. So we're going to put this for tomorrow too. We're going to get those right away. And then I'm just going to move this one down. So I think we can get all this done tomorrow. We got a lot done today. So if we can get all of this done tomorrow, what's next week? I had set aside 2 days. If we can get all of this done tomorrow, which is the 15th, and then do the project screenshots and links next week on Saturday, that gives us an extra day. That gives us the 22nd, the 28th, and the 29th then to just work on the About page. And if we can get all of these things done, we also need to do, if we can get all these things done by the 28th, 29th, I mean, we can knock out some of these medium things, right? Like the endpoint for the comment form, audit the article categories. This is going to be, I'm downgrading this to low priority because we just established there's four things. So this is I'm going to take out this date clear. There's only like 4 categories. There's only 4 articles, so we don't need to worry about this right now. This is a very low priority. So the GitHub action, I probably wouldn't do this in a live stream. I would probably do this offline, but if I could get it done at the end of that weekend, we can do the endpoint for the comment form, which is the form spree endpoint. This should be, I feel like we should be able to get this done tomorrow. Let's upgrade this. Let's upgrade this to high, and let's just get this done tomorrow. This should not take that long. We can get this done tomorrow. So if we get all of this done tomorrow, we can do the screenshots and the links for the projects next. Whoops. Stop. Discard. I'm going to switch this to the 21st. We can get all of this done tomorrow. Get this done next Saturday. And then we can do all the about me stuff in 3 days. This is feeling a lot more doable. This is especially getting all the MailChimp stuff done today. That was really huge. Emilio says, love reading your mobile ready code. I stink at mobile compatibility. You just need practice, my friend. That's it. Trust me. Believe me, you can do it. You just need practice. Just make sure that you're always moving that browser, keeping track of what those breakpoints are, and you can absolutely do it. I have full faith and confidence in you. And Insensitive Appeal is thanking me for helping. You're very welcome. I would love Insensitive Appeal 27 if you find success with a product vision statement and writing some user stories. I would love your feedback on how that went for you. ultimately, that's the thing that has worked best for me, is once I learned how to do those types of things, that worked really well for me in just getting clarity on who my audience is, who that person is that's coming to my site, and what it is that I like, that it's I'm doing it for them, right? So who is that person and what do they need to see? Okay. So we don't need this anymore. I'll keep it in there just in case. And yeah, we had a great day. We had a great day. We need this anymore. Let's break her down. Let's break her down. All right, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. I love having you here. This is always so fun. I feel super productive. I will hopefully see you tomorrow. Please continue to join me. If you're new here, I would love to have you. Give the video a thumbs up. Go ahead and subscribe to the channel. I have a goal to get this channel up to 1,000 subscribers this summer. I think that is totally doable, and I would love your help with that. Keep showing up. Keep asking me great questions. Keep pointing things out to me. I don't know everything, not even close. I know a lot of stuff. I don't know everything. So when I get questions and comments like this, I love it because you guys are forcing me to get out there and learn about new things, figure new things out, and I really appreciate that. So have a great rest of your day wherever you are, and I will see you in my next one. Bye-bye.